back here at Gainesville Raceway. We had some real bad weather come through. We actually lost power for a little over an hour. We want to thank the linemen there at Clay Electric for always serving the area and getting us power back here at Gainesville Raceway so we can get right back into the racing action. Right this moment, I have one camera down. It will be up momentarily. So just bear with us. Get everything switched around here. Everybody's going through their checks. Again, thank you for coming back to On the Spot Motorsports Media. Again, if you're just coming on, we had a power outage that was resulted from the bad weather that we got. That's right. I mean, it came down for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and we had probably at least a good inch and a half rain in that little bit of time frame and winds gusting over 40 miles an hour. I know a lot of people lost their easy ups out there in the staging lanes. Oh, not the staging lanes, but out in the pits, rather. Sorry about that. But, yeah, just bear with us. We're going to start right back off. We're going to go into the second round of Super Gas.
All right, once again, looking for Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, need you like lanes 5 and 6. Come on down. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Super Gas, need you lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, Need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super gas, super gas. Need you lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, need you lanes 5 and 6. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super gas, lanes 5 and 6. attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Need super gas. Super gas. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas. Lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, we need y'all to run first. Need super gas to the lanes, ready to go. Super gas. Lanes 5 and 6. All right, we're going to get started here probably in roughly 10 minutes. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Need super gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Drivers, start making your way into the staging lanes. If I've called your class, start making your way to the lanes, please. Once again, I'm looking for a Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4, super gas, lanes 5 and 6, and Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Need those drivers, start making your way back into the lanes, please. again, drivers, we need to start making our way into the staging lanes, please. Drivers, if you're in the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category, I need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. I need you to start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Start making our way into the staging lanes, please. We're getting ready to get started here in just a few minutes.
Down from the pit crew.
He was open?
All right, attention individuals, Pro Eliminator, let's start loading up. Pro Eliminator, start loading up. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, you're needed in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Need y'all to start getting suited up and ready to go.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. Andy Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Alachua, Florida. 685 is going to be the dial in for the 98 Ford Mustang. Go right up against Brandon Williams over here in Budweiser Lane out of Bradenton, Florida. 748 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, Andy Lindsay is going to get the win line here on a double red line start. He was 012 red to an 025 red for Brandon. Andy goes through the 680 on that 685, and Brandon went 745 on his 748. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 783 the dial in for the Dodge Charger, going up against Travis Marchand and his 69 Camaro with his 586 dial in. And it's going to be Marchand getting the win light here as he goes through the 591 on the 586. Barrier breaks out with a 773 on his 783. Jerry Bizzo coming up next. He's out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, with a 67 Chevy 2. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 629 dialed in. He'll go against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. Benjamin with a 830 dial in on the Pontiac GTO. All right, looks like 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And Brett Benjamin's going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 7 with an 022 reaction time. Jerry breaks out with a 627 on his 629. John Landola coming up next. 849 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Go right up against Robbie Hodgson over here in Budweiser lane. 620 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. Yeah, red light start there for Robbie Hodgson. Is going to give John Landola the automatic win light. Landola goes through with an 843 on that 49 dial in as Hodgson went 616 on his 620. Tommy Borgia coming up next. He's out of Dunellen, Florida. 767 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll run up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 702 the dial in for the C10 pickup truck. He's out of Hawthorne. Red light start there by Kenny. He's going to give Tommy Borgia the automatic win. And Tommy goes through dead on 1. That's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. 694 is going to be the dial in for the C10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against David Zenke over here in the Budweiser lane. 747 the dial in for the 69 Roadrunner. All right, 18,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be the Roadrunner. David Zinke gets the win line here as he goes dead on 4. Gets the win. Hodgson goes 696 on his 694. Reed Farrar coming up next. 653 is the dial in for the 66 GTO. He'll go against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 674 the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of High Springs. All right, 57,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Reed Farrar getting the win line here. 655 on that 653 dial in. Reed was 002 on the Christmas tree. Courtney breaks out with a 666 on his 674. Mel Reisky coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The 2000 Chevy Camaro out of Lecanto. He's got 640 dialed in. Here we go against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 720 is the dial in for the Camaro out of Hilliard. And at the stripe, it's going to be Mel getting the win line here as he goes 644 on that 640 dial in. And Jimmy Hall bows out with a 724 on his 720 dial in. Dustin Daniel coming up next. 656 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 651 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of La Crosse. lanes. And it's going to be Dustin Daniel getting the win line here as he goes 6:59 on the 6:56 dial in as Richard Lindsay breaks out with a 6:47 on his 6:51. George Emanuel coming up next. 7:67 is the dial in for the Novot High Springs. He'll run up against Russell Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 6:99 dialed in on the 87 holes. All right, 17th will separate the two at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on down there for Russell Morris on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least. He'll move on into the next round. Chad King coming up next. 7:75 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And run up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. Jimmy with a 6:11 dial in on his 75 Nova. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe win line. Comes on down there for Chad King. 7:78 on his 7:75 dial in. Jimmy bows out with a 6:12 on his 6:11. Chad was actually a little better on the Christmas tree. He was 0.23 to an 0.49. 25 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. Mike Mockney coming up next. 6:41 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Dennis, Florida. Going to 6 against Alan Dillman. Dillman turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Mike Mockney. All right, James Evans coming up next. 7 flat to dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Wallace Colson. He's out of Valdosta, Georgia. 6:69 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got red light coming on down there for James Evans. He goes 7:07 on his 7 flat dial in. Wallace goes dead on with a 7. Cannot get the red light to come on. He was 119 on the tree. James Evans was 0.49. 27 10,000ths of a second was your difference in this stripe. John Dwayne coming up next. 6:02 is going to be the dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 6:67 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Red line start by D is going to give John Dwayne the automatic win light. John goes through the 6:03 on his 6:02, and D went 6:65 on his 6:67. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 7:03 the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. And he'll run up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 5:83 is the dial in for the motorcycle. He's out of Palm Coast. All right, 55 now difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, this is going to be Scott DeLeon picking up the win line there, 7:07 on that 7:03. Scott was 0:05 to an 0:60 for Jeremy. All right, this promises to be a good matchup here as we got Phil Green over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 605 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala, and Darren Stutz in the 57 Chevrolet. He's out of Green Coast Springs, got a 607 dialed in. Just about a heads up run here. And you got 8,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Stutz getting the win line here as he goes 608 on his 607. Green goes 607 on a 605. He's going to bring up Mike Nobles next. 652 is going to be the dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 750 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Mike Nobles. 653 on a 652 dial in as Leah goes out with a 758 on her 750 dial in. All right, Ernie Renfro is going to be coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 666 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. Going up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 674 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming off for Collins. 680 on that 674 as Ernie goes out to 673 on his 666. Paul Allen coming up next. 706 the dial in for the 72 Ford Maverick. He'll go up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 765 is his dial in. Hey, red light start there by Robert Simpson is going to get Paul Allen the automatic win. Paul went 703 on his 706, and Simpson goes 768 on his 765. Daniel Young coming up next. 641 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll run against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 740 is his dial in. Driving his Pontiac Firebird. line. 10,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Daniel Young getting the win line here as he goes 6:43 on the 6:41 as Rollins breaks out with a 7:37 on his 7:40. Roland Alford coming up next. 7:14 is going to be the dial in for the S10 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They're going against Fallon Roach over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 8:58 dialed in on the 2000 Ford Mustang. She's out of St. Augustine. Red light started there by Fallon Roach. Is going to give Roland Alford the automatic red light here. And Roland goes through the 7:19 on his 7:14 dial in. All right, Cleveland Egerton coming up next. 7:78 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Dodge Challenger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Run up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:13 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. One of them's real good, one's real late. And Brendan George is going to get the win line. 6:21 on his 6:13 dial in. Cleve Egerton broke out with a 7:76 on his 7:78. That's going to bring up Bart Pangillian next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:70 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And coming up against John Siegel over here in the Budweiser lane. 5:63 is the dial in for the Malibu wagon. He's out of Riverview, Florida. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go in the strike. Your win line's going to come on down there for Bart Van Gillian as he goes through with a 6:73 on a 6:70. He was 007 on the tree. John Siegel runs dead 7. Can't get the win line to come on. He's 032. Bart wins by 7/10,000ths of a second. Curtis Peak coming up next. 6:84 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against Ken Grant over here in the Budweiser lane. Grant with a 585 dial in on the Nova. He's out of Titan, Georgia. Okay, we got 29,000 difference at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Curtis Peak getting the win line here on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass. He'll drive the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. 717 is his dial in. He'll run up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. All right, attention in the pits, I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, red light start there by Dawson Bass is going to get Mike Gaffney the automatic win. He goes 686 on his 687 dial in. Mark Horton coming up next. 645 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Then we're going up against Dennis Bergeron over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Scriven, Georgia. 761 is the dial in for the 72 Dodge Dart. All right, 22,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go. Oh, we got a big smoker down here on the top end. All right, so we're going to go down here and see what the deal is here. An awful lot of smoke down there. Mark Horton did get the win light. So he went 646 on his 645. Bergeron actually broke out. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Blind Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. All right, looks like we dodged one there, ladies and gentlemen. All that smoke, but nothing on the track. So it looks like it went out through the exhaust, so we got lucky. Thank goodness. All right, here we go. Back underway. Jerry Bizzo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 626. It's going to be the 9 in for the 67 Chevy 2. Going up against Amber Mats over here in the Budweiser lane. 676 is going to be the 9 in for the S10 pickup. Okay, red light start by Amber Mats is going to give Jerry Bizzo the automatic win. And he goes dead on 2. Picks up the win. Amber went through with a 679 on a 76 dial in. He's going to bring up Kevin McD next. He's out of Odom, Georgia. 599 is going to be the dial in on the 67 Dodge. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Need to start making your way to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go into Super Gas. Need Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Here we go. Blake Evans is coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks out of Sylvania, Georgia. 38 Chevy Roadster. Going against Randy Lord over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Pembroke, Georgia in the 77 Vega. All right, got a clean start both lanes. Here we go in the strike. And it's going to be Randy Lord getting the win light here. 633 on that 630 dial in. Blake Evers bows out with 641 on his 630. Roy DeWitt coming up next out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. 1957 Chevy's going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane going against David Griffith out of Winter Garden, Florida. In the Chevy Camaro Roadster over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line on a double breakout. David Griffith's going to get the win light here. He breaks out by 8 thousandths, and DeWitt breaks out by 11 thousandths. Joey Anderson coming up next. 62 2, Chevy 2 wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Craig Miller out of Savannah, Georgia, in the Corvette. Okay, win line comes on for Craig Miller, 631 on a 630. Is Anderson miles out with a 632 on a 630. They were close. Anderson was ahead on the Christmas tree. Only 15,000 separates the two at the finish line. Daryl Bergeron coming up next. 630 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Roman Salter out of Gainesville, Georgia in his 91 Trans Am. All right, 3,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe double breakout. Roman Salter is going to get the win light. He breaks out by 9 thousandths as Bergeron breaks out by 11 thousandths. Chris Lewis coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track with the Camaro. He'll run up against Mike Beck out of Guyton, Georgia, the 65 Ford Falcon over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Chris Lewis getting the win line here, 631 on the 630. That goes out with a 632 on that 630. 10,000 of a second was the difference at the finish line. Dick Singer coming up next. 1980 Chevy Monza. He's out of Summerfield, Florida. Going up against Jeff Ashley out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. And the Corvette, or excuse me, the Camaro. And it's going to be Ashley getting the win line here as he goes dead on 7 with a 004 reaction time. He puts 11 thou back together. Singer was 028 and breaks out by 15 thousandths. Ken Buckner coming up next out of Ellaville, Georgia. The Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against Tim Powell. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Chevy Corvette over here in the Budweiser lane. And the win light's coming off for Tim Powell. 638 on that 630. Buckner goes out with a 633 on the 630. He's way behind on the Christmas tree. Tracy Barnes coming up next out of Jackson, Georgia. Going against Michelle Lensby out of Panama City Beach over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light started by Barnes is going to give Michelle Lensby the automatic win light. She goes 628 on that 630. That'll bring up Dennis Bergeron next. 630 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Dakota. Going up against Darius Portier out of Columbus, South Carolina. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Darius getting the win line here as Dennis breaks out by a ton. And it looks like your buy run coming up here for J.J. Brock. So JJ goes through with a 627 on his 630 index. Now to wrap up that round of super gas is getting ready to go over here to the Super Pro motorcycles. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. I need Junior Street. Junior Street, the staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, need the staging lane number 8. Start making your way into the lanes, please. Super Pro, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Y'all should be in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. All right, Sam Parrish coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, clean green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to stripe. Your win lights coming on for Sandy Rodriguez. He goes 565 with his 565 dial in. And a 014 reaction time puts a 19 thousandths back together. Parrish goes out with a 585 on his 584. Mike Likoski coming up next. 552 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going up against Anthony Vieira. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. 555 is his dial in. Okay, red lights coming on for Likoski. 557 on a 52 dial in as Anthony breaks out with a 553 on his 555 dial. Larry Berger coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville. 712 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil lane, going up against Richard Holder. Richard's got a 560 dialed in. He's out of Jacksonville. Richard Holder is going to get the win line here on a double red line start. He was at 13 red with a 23 red for Larry. That's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman next. 560 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 583 dialed in. I look for Junior Street. Junior Street to lane 8. Junior Street needs you to staging lane number 8. Needs Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Street. Junior Street, lane 8. All right, Dwayne Leachman gets the win light here over Jeremy Davis. 564 on his 560 dial in. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up next. 590 will be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's going to run up against Roy Hagedorn over here in the Budweiser lane. 564 is his dial in. Okay, win light comes off for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he runs dead on 4 with an 012 reaction time. He puts the 16th now back together. Hagedorn was 028, goes 64 with an 8. And that wraps up that round of the Super Pro motorcycles. Now we're going over here to the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro cars. And we got Nick Brown coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 608 is going to be his dial in. Going against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. 746 is his dial in. All right, only 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Brandon Williams getting the win light here as he goes 747 on his 746 dial in. His Brown slow to a 614 on his 608. That's going to bring up Lou Galley. He's out of Fort White, Florida. 557 the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. He'll be going up against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine, 85 Ford Mustang with a 638 dial in. And we got 15,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Schaefer getting the win right here, 639 on his 638 dial in. Lou slows to a 561 on his 557. Randy Banger coming up next. 485 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 513 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Need Pro Motorcycle. Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Pro Bikes lane 7, please. Red light start there by James Hicks Jr. is going to give Randy Banger the automatic win. Banger goes through with a dead on 3. Hicks with 514 on his 13 dial in. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Dave Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 5 flats his dial in. All right, 23,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jones getting the win line here. He goes 467 on the 465. Hicks goes 502 on his 5 flat. Jones was 001 on the tree to an 024 for Hicks. Jimmy Kavanaugh coming up next. 471 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. 573 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 Nova. Big wheels up start there for Jason Graham. And the win line's going to come on for Jimmy Kavanaugh as he goes dead on 1 with no 20 reaction time. Good run there for him. Jason Graham went 574 on a 73, but he was 047. Troy Volker coming up next. 694 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. He'll go up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 490 is going to be the dial in for Trent. He's out of Callahan, Florida. Looks like 11,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Trent Horton getting the win line here, 493 on a 490 dial in. Good run there for him. Troy goes out to 697 on his 694. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. And Allison Holdaway will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 525 is the dial in. She's out of Inverness, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like it's going to be Chad Kennedy getting the win light here as he goes 675 on his 68 dial in. Allison goes out with a 527 on her 525. Chad actually had her covered by 79 thousandths on the Christmas tree. Dave Demarest coming up next. 484 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 454 is his dial in. All right, so it looks like Dave Demarest having some problems with his dragster. They're going to push him back out of the way. So this is going to be a competition bye for Kelly Hicks. All right, Kelly Hicks goes through with a 454 on his 454 dial in. It's going to bring up John Connick next. 715 is going to be the dial in for the Monza out of Ocala. Going to run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 472 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 23,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Connick getting the win line here. 717 on a 15 dial in. Vasquez goes out with a 474 on his 472. Gary behind on the Christmas tree at 009 to an 032. Mike Fiddler coming up next. 644 is going to be the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scamp. Then we're going up against Sherby Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. Sherby's out of Green Coast Springs, got a 662 dialed in. And it looks like we're going to have 15,000 difference at the starting line. Win line's going to come on for Sherby Powell. 664 on his 662. Spindler slowed to a 648 on his 644. John Dwayne coming up next, 603, the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. He's going against Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs in his 77 Vega. He's got a 618 dialed in. All right, attention to the pits on these street, or the Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes need you to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles need you to lane 7. Need Sportsman, Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Keith Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 564 dialed in. Then we're going up against Bobby Trudell over here in the Budweiser lane. 534 is his dial in. Red light start there by Collins. Is going to give Trudell the automatic win. Trudell goes 535 on his 534. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 501 dialed in. Then we're going against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. Little with a 514 dialed in. He's out of Yulee, Florida. All right, once again, looking for the Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes need you to lane 7. Pro Bikes lane 7. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, 29,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Robbie Little getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6 and gets the win. Bonacci goes 513 on his 501. Barry Rowell coming up next, 585 to dial in for the Chevy Vega. He's out of Mayetta, Georgia. And he'll run up against Chuck Trotter over there in the Budweiser lane. 465 is the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. Okay, 15,000 separate the two of the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Chuck Trotter getting the win line here as he goes dead on 1 with a 36 reaction time. And Barry Rowell, he was up 21, but goes 587 with a 9. He is 85. Daniel Young coming up next, 639 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Palm Harbor, Florida. And going up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 484 dialed in. So it looks like Carlson's having problems with his car, so it looks like we're going to end up with a competition bye here for Daniel Young. Nope, looks like they do have it going. Guess the reverse not working in it. All right, we got clean green light starts. 30,000 separates the two of the starting line, and then the stripe is going to be Daniel Young getting the win line here. 640 on a 639 dial in. And as Carlson runs 481 on his 484 dial in. Todd Austin coming up next. 480 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Augusta, Florida. And Mark Daniels out of Jacksonville. He's got a 499 dialed in. Nice, 7,000 separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Todd Austin getting the win light here as he goes dead on 5 and gets the win light. His Daniels went through and breaks out by 7,000s. Ken Grant coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Andrew Kaiser over there in the Budweiser lane. 521 is his dial in. Alright, so we got a clean start in both lanes here. We go into stripe, and it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win light here as he goes 481 on that 468 dial in. And Andrew Kaiser goes 539 on the 21 dial in. Grayson Wright coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 493 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be going up against Bill Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 604 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. Okay, we got a double red line start. High House is going to get the win light here. Goes 601 on that 604 as Grayson goes out with a 496 on a 493. Haley Wright coming up next. 514 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Middleburg. She'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Darren Stutz will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 541 the dial in for the 1940 Willys. All right, we got a clean green light start. Only 4,000 separates the two at the starting line and the stripe. This will be Darren Stutz getting the win light here. So he goes 542 on that 541 dial in. John Siegel coming up next. 448 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Big Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. 647 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza. I should have Junior Street in lane 8. Junior Street, y'all should be in lane 8. My Pro Bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Pro Bikes should be in lane 7. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All All right, we got a green light start here. 21,000 separates the two at the starting line. This is going to be Nick Singer getting the win light here on a double breakout. And Healy moving on into the next round. That'll bring up Will Highhouse next. 476 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 494 is going to be Horton's dial in. All right, 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Horton getting the win light here as he goes 497 on his 94 dial in. As Highhouse's car slows to a 585 on that 476 dial in. That's going to bring up Roland Alford next. 718 the dial in on the S10 pickup truck out of Glen St. Mary. Going up against Mike Lakoski over here in the Budweiser lane. Lakoski with a 554 dial in on his bike. All right, 21,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. It is Roland Alford getting the win light here as he runs dead on 9, picks up the win. And Lacoste goes dead on 1, cannot get the win light to come on. He was 041, Roland was 020. Bob George coming up next. 675 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Green Cove Springs. And Jason Graham over there in the Budweiser lane, 574 is going to be his dial in on the 65 Chevy 2. Red light start for Bob George. He's going to give Jason Graham the automatic win. Jason goes 573 on his 74 dial in. Mark Horton coming up next. He's got a 647 dial in. He'll run up against Jeff Ashley over here in the Budweiser lane. 492 is the dial in for the dragster. He's out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. Red light start there by Jeff Ashley. He's going to get Mark Horton the automatic win light. And Horton misses a perfect run by 1/1000th of a second. He had a perfect reaction time, but run 1,000 under the dial in. Brendan George coming up next. 486 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Nick Brown over there in the Budweiser lane. 613 the dial in for Brown. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. It's going to be Brendan George getting the win light here on a double breakout. That'll bring up Jimmy Cavanaugh. 470 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 465 is his dial in. start both lanes. Looks like 19 miles separated the two at the start, and at the stripe, Kavanaugh's going to get the win light here as Brian Jones breaks out by 7 thousandths. All right, here we go as we get ready to go over here to Junior Street. All right, Brooklyn Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 991 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Silverado. Going up against Michael Martin over here in the Budweiser lane. 935 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Gainesville. All right, so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Brooklyn Collins getting the win light here, 999 on that 991 dial in, as Martin goes out with a 951 on his 935. Colson Haight coming up next, 1095 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup. He'll go up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1010 dialed in on the Ford Super Duty. Yeah, red light start there for Molly Banger is going to give Colson Haight the automatic win. And Colson goes 11:15 on that 1095 dial in. That'll bring up Hunter Dowling next. 1090 is going to be the dial in for the Ford truck over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Dylan McNichol over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 907 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird. So we got green light starts in both lanes. Here we go at the stripe, and it's going to be Dylan McNichol picking up the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Byron coming up here for Travis Britt. 1031 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge pickup. All right, attention in the bids, attention in the bids. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you to the lanes. All right, here we go to the pro bikes, and we got Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1097 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Tom Moats over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1090 dial in. All right, they're off and running. Looks like we got 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Tom Moats as he goes 11-12 on that 1090. As Larry Berger slowed to 11:48 on his 1097. Roy Johnson coming up next. 11:35 is his dial in. He'll run up here in the Lucas Oil lane, and he'll run up against Brandon Rodriguez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 918 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there for Rodriguez is going to give Roy Johnson the automatic win. And Johnson goes through with a 12:10 at 11:35. As Rodriguez went 9:41 on his 9:18. Sam Parrish coming up next. 9:17 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 9:23 is going to be his dial in. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8:94 is going to be the dial in. He'll go against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 9:09 is going to be his dial in. Whoa, okay, we got a fire out there on Jeremy Davis's chart. Mike? Okay, so Leachman gets the win light. Jeremy Davis had the hot seat. So, not sure what happened there, but we had fire out there. It must be starting to get a little toasty out there for Jeremy. So we're going to be on hold here for just a few minutes as we got to clean up the, we were hitting it with the extinguishers out there. make sure everything's all right. Jeremy was sitting on the hot seat there for just a little bit, but it looks like he's going to be all right. All right, here we go. Back to the action, and we're going to have Anthony Vieira coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 886 is his dial in. All right, so here's your buy run for Anthony Vieira. He's got an 886 dial in. And Anthony just doing an 890 on that 886 dial in. All right, that's going to take us over to Sportsman. All right, here we go. We got John Landau over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, Kenny Wigington over here in the Budweiser lane. 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there forward. John Landola, 1337 on a 16 dial in. As Kenny's truck slowed to a 16 flat on that 1565 dial in. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 1218 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Then we're going up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1504 the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. And here comes Barrier. Looks like you're going to have 21 mile difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Barrier getting the win line here as both of them breaks out, and Barrier breaks out by the least amount. They were both on the brakes down there. So Barrier is going to be moving on into round 3. Bob Hoxton coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 11 flat the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll be going against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane, 1105 the dial in for the 77 Pontiac Trans Am. All right, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. One of them's pretty good, one of them's a little late. And Chris Courtney's going to get the win light there as he goes 11:21 on an 11:05 dial in. Austin goes 11:16 on his 11 flat. Austin was behind on the Christmas tree though, 013 to an 095. Chad King coming up next. 12:10 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Pinetta, Florida. 2017 Dodge Challenger. And a red light start by Chad King. Going to get the automatic win here to Blake Scott. And Scott goes through 11:08 on that 11:05 dial in. That's going to bring up Mike Bennett next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he's got a 17-13 dialed in. He'll run up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. Dennis with a 12-18 dial in. So Bennett's going to get a 5-second head start here with the Chevy truck before Dennis can start trying to chase him down with the Infiniti. So it looks like we got everything in order here. We're about to get back underway. Once again, we got Mike Bennett over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 17-13 the dial in for the GMC. Dennis Harsh, 12-18 the dial in for the Infiniti. He's out of Gainesville. stripe, the win light's going to come off for Dennis Harsh. He goes 12:22 on that 12:18 dial in. Mike goes out with 17:31 on his 17:13 dial in. Kenny Hires coming up next. 11:05 is going to be the dial in for the SC10 pickup truck. He's got it up against Jason Rollins over here in Budweiser lane. Rollins with an 11:63 dial in on his Pontiac Firebird. All right, we had a green light starting both lanes, both of them. One's good, one's late. And Jason Rollins is going to take advantage of that as he goes 11:66 on the 63 dial in. He'll get the win light. Kenny Hires goes 11:13 on his 11:05. He was a bit tardy on the tree. Martin Van Gillian coming up next. 12:60 the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:11 is the dial in for the Nova. He's out of Jacksonville. Red light start there by Robert Simpson is going to give Bart Van Gillian the automatic win light. And Bart goes through the 12:52 on that 12:60 dial in. Simpson went 12:06 on his 12:11. Monica Roberts coming up next. 12:56 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She's out of Ocala. And Brett Veneman will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:01 the dial in for the GTO. Red light started by Monica is going to give Veneman the automatic win light. And Veneman goes 13:07 on that 13:01. All right, if anybody's seen a fuel cap laying right out there in the staging lanes or right in that area, please bring that up to the second floor of the tower. We've needed up here. If you see a fuel cap, I need that fuel cap up here in the second floor of the tower. It would be anywhere from the concession stands to the staging lanes. So anywhere between the pit stop and the staging lanes. If you see a fuel cap, please bring it up here to the second floor of the tower. It would be greatly appreciated. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1683 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll be going against Chris Logano over here in the Budweiser lane. 1318 the dial in for the 67 Camaro. Red light start there for Jay Dickinson is going to give Chris Logano the automatic win. And he goes through the 1350. That 1318 dial in. That's going to bring up Cleve Egerton next. 1221 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Dodge Challenger. Going against Dawson Bass over here in the Budweiser lane. 1230 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you run across a fuel cap that's laying anywhere between the pit stop grill over there and the staging lanes, please bring that up to the second floor of the tower, please. attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super gas, lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas. Please make your way back to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, Cleve Egerton picked up the win right there as he went 12:30 on the 12:21 dial in. Dawson Bass bows out with a 12:39 on his 12:30 dial in. It's going to bring up Jen Robards next. 12:93 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. She'll run up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 13:54 is the dial in for his Dodge Charger. Man, red line started there for Mitch Gunner. It's going to give Jen Robards the automatic win. And Jen goes through the 13:10 on her 12:93. Mitchell went 13:67 on his 13:54. All right, junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes at this time. I'm looking for Super Gas to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. While it's quiet out there, just want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there will be a Racers for Christ has a non-denominational chapel service. It'll be going on the 3rd floor of the Timing Tower. It's going to be at 8 o'clock in the morning. So make your plans to come up to that. That will be 8 o'clock in the morning, 3rd floor of the Timing Tower here. A chapel service put on by the Racers for Christ. Right, attention in the pits, Super gas, need you back to lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, need you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Lockney over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got 1190 dialed in. Looks like she's going to be running up against Bryony Holderway. She'll be over here at Budweiser lane. 1203 is her dial in. Okay, here we go. As we got our next pair coming up here. Folks, I'm having a little computer issue here, so I can't tell you who all's running right now. It does give me some time, so that'll help out. All right, so right now it looks like I got a 77 pound difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane as they go through the 1213 on 1190. As the Budweiser lane slowed to a 1245 on that 1214. They actually had a 001 reaction time over there at Budweiser lane to an 078. All right, attention to the pits. I need super gas lanes 5 and 6, super gas lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, I got Sierra Hay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is her dial in. we got green light starts in both lanes. And the wheel light's going to come on for Molly Bagger as she goes through with an 895 on an 890 dial in. Sierra 8 runs dead on 1. Can I get the red light to come on? She was 162, 078 on the Christmas tree. All right, that's going to bring up car 221G. That is Grayson Edelman going up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Waylon Bennett coming up next out of Sharpsville, Georgia. Going up against Wright Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 890 dialed in. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. One's good, one's late. And Bennett's going to get the win light here. He goes 1235 on a 1223 dial in. He goes 24 on the tree. Ryan Cook goes 895 on his 890, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 893 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 897 is going to be her dial in. Okay, Briella Browning's going to get the win light here on a double red line start. She was 026 red to it. She was 006 red to an 026 red for Aaron. Jones coming up next. 893 is going to be his dial in, going up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. Lincoln with an 890 dial in. Okay, 48,000 is the difference at the starting line. And Lincoln McMaster is going to get the win light here, 9 flat on that 890 dial in, as Blake Jones slows to a 919 on his 893. All right, Tyler. All right, Tyler Biddle coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Tanner Bachny over here in the Budweiser lane. 893 is his dial in. Okay, looks like Tyler Biddle's vehicle is stalled out there, so we're going to be on hold here for just a minute. And the red light start came on for Tanner Bachny. So the win light goes over to Biddle. All they have to do is get the car. He broke the beam, so he's got the light. Here we go to the next pair. So we got Xander Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in, going against Scarlett Hicks over there in Budweiser lane. 929 is her dial in. All right, we got a green light start in both lanes. And the win light's going to come on down there for Xander Cook as he goes 901 on that 892 as Hicks goes out with a 948 on her 929. Beverly Siegel coming up next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 899 is going to be her dial in. She'll go against Carson Murphy over here in the Budweiser lane. 9 flat will be his dial in. Got a clean green light start, 19,000 separates the two at the starting line. Carson Murphy's going to get the win light here, 905 on that 9 flat dial in. As Beverly Siegel goes out on the 914 on her 899 dial in. Johnny Moxley coming up next, 890 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 890 dial in. All right, 97,000 of a second separated these two in the starting line. And the win light's going to come on down there for Johnny Moxley. He goes 9 flat on that 890. Weston Daniel went 898 on his 890, but he was way behind on the Christmas tree by 97,000 of a second. Rider Horse coming up next. 902 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here right up against Caden Holdaway. Caden's over here in the Budweiser lanes. He's got an 890 dialed in. All right, red line start by Rider Horse is going to get Caden Holdaway the automatic win. And Caden goes through the 896 on his 890 dial in. Rider went through the 906 on his 902. All right, Juliana Edelman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be her dial in. And she'll be running up against Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. 806 is her dial in. Red line start there by Savannah Highhouse is going to get the automatic win to Edelman. Edelman goes through the 797 on that 790 dial in. Highhouse went 818 on her 806. That's going to bring up Dylan McNichol next. 8 flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Gavin Giddings out of Callahan, Florida. 838 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Red line start for Giddings is going to give Dylan McNichol the automatic win. Dylan's got a perfect reaction time, goes 8:01 on an 8 flat mile in. And Byron coming up here for Curtis Peak. He's got a 790 dial in. Alright, attention in the pits. Nick Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will go to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. These Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro bikes, lane 7. 3, this is Super Gas, and we're going to have David Griffith out of Winter Garden, Florida. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to run against Tim Powell over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Ty, Georgia. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. This one should be close. Here we go. Tim Powell is going to get the win by 6:32. Only at 6:30. As David Griffith break out with 6:28 on his 6:30. Chris Lewis coming up next out of Rincon. Going up against Darius Portier out of Columbus, South Carolina in the Firebird. All right, Darius is going to come up with the win line here as he goes 6:32 as Chris Lewis breaks out by 8 thousandths. Roman Salter coming up next. He's out of Gainesville, Georgia. Driving the Trans Am. Going up against Randy Lord out of Pembroke, Georgia. All right, win line's going to come on for Roman Salter as he runs dead on with a 0. Gets a little better reaction time. He good to go. Craig Miller coming up next out of Savannah, Georgia. You're running up against Michelle Linsby. She's out of Panama City Beach, Florida. All right, win line's coming on for Craig Miller. He goes 6:34 on that 6:30 as Michelle goes 6:33, but she was behind on the Christmas tree by 50 thousandths. All right, 48 mile difference at the starting line here. And it's going to be Jim Ashley hitting the win line here as he goes dead on 5 with a 004 reaction time. He puts a 9 thou back together. Brock was dead on 5 as well, but he was 052. That's going to wrap up that round of Super Gas as we're now headed over to the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. And we're going to have Jerry Bizzo coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 67 Chevy 2. He's got a 627 dialed in. Going against John Lambdola over here in the Budweiser lane. 843 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. 43,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Jerry Bizzo getting the win light here as he goes dead on 4. He gets the win light. John Landola goes 846 on his 43 dial in. Now bring up Anthony Lindsay here. Andy Lindsay over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 678 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He'll run up against Russell Morris over here in Budweiser Lane, driving the 87 Oldsmobile. Red line start there by Andy Lindsay is going to give the automatic win here to Russell Morris. And Morris goes 695 on his 97. Andy went 683 on his 678. Mike Noble's coming up next. 651 is going to be the dial in for the 84 Dodge Charger. He'll be going up against Brendan George over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, looks like I got about Brendan George going to get the win line here as he goes 618 on that 615 dial in. He was 008 on the tree. Nobles goes out with a dead on 4, but he was 062 on the Christmas tree. Kevin McAbee coming up next. He's out of Odom, Georgia, the 67 Dodge over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He turns on the red light, giving the automatic win here to Travis Marchand in the Camaro. Travis goes dead on 7 with a 008 reaction time. So a good run there for Travis Marchand. Mark Horton coming up next. 645 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro and the Callahan. Here we're going up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 674 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Red light start for Collins is going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. Horton goes through the 639 on his 645. John Dwayne coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 602 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. 833 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. All right, we got a 40,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes dead on 6 with a 006 reaction time. He puts a 12,000 pack together. Brett Benjamin goes out with an 830 on his 833. Chad King coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 775 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll go up against the 69 Roadrunner. This is David Zinke out of Ponte Vedra Beach. He's got a 745 dialed in on the Dodge. Red light start by Chad King is going to give David Zinke the automatic win light. He goes 725 on that 745 dial in. All right, we got Roland Alford coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 718 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane in his 57 Chevy. All right, studs for the 599 dial in there on the 57 Chevy. All right, we got a green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. 39,000 difference in the starting line. Stutz is going to get the win light here. 603 on that 599 dial in. Rolling Offord runs dead on 7, but he's behind on the Christmas tree. And by 44 thousandths of a second, Darren Stutz gets the win. Mark Van Gillian coming up next. 672 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Mel Reisky over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. Mel's out of Lecanto, Florida. Red light start there for Mark Van Gillian's going to give Mel the automatic win light. And Mel goes dead on 8. Mark went dead on 5, but he pulled the trigger just a little too early. Daniel Young coming up next. 641 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. He'll run up against Tommy Borgia out of Dunellen, Florida. 766 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lane 22. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lane 22. Come on down. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8. Junior Street, need you to staging lane number 8, please. Once again, looking for Super Pro, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lane 22, Super Pro, lane 22. Need Junior Street, lane 8, Junior Street, need you to lane 8, please. Paul Allen over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 702 is the dial in, going against Scott DeLeon over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 703 dialed in. Here we go to the stripe. Paul Allen gets the win, 709 on his 702 dial in. Scott DeLeon goes out with a 708 on his 703. Mike Bachman coming up next. 641 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we go against Dustin Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 658 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a green light starting both lanes. 99 thou is this difference in the starting line. It's going to be Mockney getting the win light here as he goes through with a 651 on that 641. Dustin Daniel goes out with a 662 on his 658. James Evans coming up next. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Then we run up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. 687 is the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He is out of Wildwood. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street lane 8. Junior Street lane 8, please. All right, Mike Gaffney got the win light here over James Evans as James turned on the red light. That's going to bring up Reed Farrar next. He's got a 653 dial in on the 66 GTO. He'll run up against Curtis Peak over here in the Budweiser lane. Peak with a 682 dial in. here, 655 on that 653 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. I need Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Come on down. Blind Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Come on down. Need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro Bikes need you back to lane 7. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Junior Street need you to lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, we're running you. If you're not in the staging lanes, you're late. Then it breaks out by 7,000ths. John Lando to Pro Eliminator. We got Tommy Borgia coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 768 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Brendan George over here in Budweiser lane. 613 the dial in for Brendan and his Mustang.
You got to be kidding me.
All right, we got a clean green line start, 13,000, separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Tommy Borgia getting the win line here as he goes 769 on his 68 dial in. Brendan breaks out with a 611 on his 613. Mike Gaffney coming up next. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. The 77 AMC Gremlin. 687 is going to be the dial in. Going against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. And red line start there for Travis is going to give Gaffney the automatic win light. And Gaffney goes through with a 690 on his 687. Travis went 587 on the 585. Jerry Bizzo coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 67 Chevy 2. He's got a 627 dialed in. Coming up against Russell Morris over here in the Budweiser lane. 695 the dial in on the 87 Olds. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Jerry Bizzo. 633 on that 627 dial in. Good run there for him. Morris goes out with a 697 on his 695. Morris behind on the Christmas tree by a pretty good bit. Mel Reisky coming up next. 639 the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 599 is going to be the dial in for the 57 Chevrolet. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 32,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Mel Reisky getting the win light here. 642 on a 639. Stutz breaks out by 9 thousandths. David Zinke coming up next. 727 is the dial in on the 69 Roadrunner out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. We run up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 643 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan.
Some reason is causing a glare when it does that.
All right, we got a green line starts in both lanes. Here we go. The stripe here. Green line comes off from Mark Horton. 658 on the 43 dial in. His Zinke goes out with a 741 on that 727. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits on a flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Need Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 702 dialed in, going against Reed Farrar over there in the Budweiser lane. Reed with a 653 dialed in. 60 thousandths is the difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Reed Farrar is going to get the win line here. 654 on a 53 dial in. He was 013 on the tree. And Paul Allen goes out with a 707 on his 702. John Dwayne coming up next. 602 the dial in for the Camaro out of Jacksonville. We run up against Mike Mockney over here in the Budweiser lane. 641 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Venice, Florida. All All right, once again, looking for Super Pro bikes to the lanes. Super Pro bikes, need you in the lanes. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, need you back to lane 8. Junior Street, need you back to lane 8.
Yeah, whatever is going on, it's messing up the camera when the pre-stage and stage lights go on. So,
All right, here we're back into the Super Pro motorcycles, and we got Mike Lakoski coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 552 is going to be his dial in. Then we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here at Budweiser Lane. 589 is going to be his dial in. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Alright, so Dwayne Schmidt Jr. gets the win line here as he goes 593 on that 589 dial in. Lakoski goes 557 on his 552. Bye run coming up here for Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He's got a 564 dialed in. Alright, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
All right, here we go to Super Pro. Chad Kennedy coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 671 is going to be the dial in for the Mazda pickup truck out of Middleburg. Up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. 636 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, need Pro Bikes to the lanes, please. Pro Motorcycles back to the lanes, please. Staging lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Red line start for Chad Kennedy is going to get Ron Schaefer the automatic win. And Schaefer goes through the 638 on his 636. Kennedy went 667 on the 671. All right, Jimmy Cavanaugh coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 469 is going to be his dial in. They'll run up against Robbie Little over here in the Budweiser lane. 510 is the dial in. He's out of Yulee. Okay, we got a clean green line start, 29-pound difference at the starting line and at the stripe. The win line's coming on for Robbie Little. He goes 512 on a 510 dial in. Good run there for him. As Cavanaugh runs dead on 2, but he can't get it done with an 034 reaction time to a 005 for Robbie Little. Brendan George coming up next. 485 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Vic Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. 646 is going to be the dial in for the Monza out of Summerfield, Florida. All right, got a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go to the strike. Brendan George is going to get the win line. 486 on his 485 dial in. As Vic Singer bows out with a 648 on the 646. John Connick coming up next. 716 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Ocala. He'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 454 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Elton, Florida. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes here. We go to the stripe, man. It's going to be John Connick getting the win line here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 1 thou and Kelly Hicks breaks out by 4 thousandths. Chuck Trotter coming up next. 465 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. He'll run up against Sherby Powell over here in Budweiser lane. 662 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. All right, 13 thou difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Chuck Trotter getting the win line here. 466 on a 65 dial in as Sherby breaks out by 7 thousandths. And it looks like your buy run coming up here for John Dwayne. St. John's 004. Go 6 flat on that 602. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 464 is going to be the dial in. Going against Jimmy Cavanaugh over here in the Budweiser lane. 469 is going to be the dial in. Okay, on a double breakout, looks like Jimmy Cavanaugh is going to get the win light here as he breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Brian Jones broke out by 6/1000ths. And you got a test hit coming up here for Dave Demarest. It's out of Port McCoy, Florida. So Demarest goes through with a 797, 129 miles an hour. All right, Will Highhouse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Mike Minacci over there in the Budweiser lane. It's just a couple of test hits here for these guys. All right, so this is your Junior Street final round. Dylan McNichol coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 906 is going to be the dial in. Colson Haight over there in the Budweiser lane. 1113 is going to be his dial in. Once again, this is your final round of the Junior Street category. there for Colson Haight. Going to give Dylan McNichol the win light. All right, so Dylan McNichol goes through the 907 on that 906 dial in as Colson went 044 red with 1120 on his 1113. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters. Make your way back to the staging lanes, please, junior dragsters. Let's make our way back to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go back into our pro bikes, and we're going to have Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in. And we're up against Tom Boats over here in the Budweiser lane. Tom with the 1096 dial in. He's out of Ocala. All right, attention to the pits, junior dragsters. Each of the lanes 6 and lane 8, 6 through 9. This is lane 8, 10 to 12 with lane 2, 13 and over, lane 1. Junior dragsters. Start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Red line start going to Dwayne Leachman. It's going to get Tom Boats the automatic win. Boats goes dead on 9. Leachman broke out by 4,000s. It's going to bring up Roy Johnson. Looks like he's going to be your bye run. All right, so Roy Johnson goes 1161 at 113. And we got a couple of test hits coming up here as we got Larry Berger coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Jeremy Fireball Davis going to be over here in the Budweiser lane.
You've got to be kidding me.
All right, so Fireball Davis goes 936, 146 miles an hour to 1169 at 109 for Berger.
I'm sorry, everyone. We just can't. I don't know what in the world's going on with our camera up there.
All right, Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 11:05 dialed in, going against John Lambdola over there in the Budweiser lane. 13:22 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, attention in the pitch. Junior dragsters. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. 10 to 12 in lane 2. 13 and older, lane 1. Junior dragsters. Let's make our way to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. As we go with Bart Pangillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:46 to dial in for the Corvette. Going up against Jeff Barrier over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:18 to dial in for Jeff. All right, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Super gas. Let's start making our way back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Super gas. Start making your way back to lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, so we got a clean start in both lanes, 66 thousandths of seconds to difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, here we go. It's going to be Bart Pangillian getting the win light here as he goes 12:50 on a 46 dial in. Barrier breaks out with a 12:14 on a 12:18. Cleve Egerton coming up next. 12:26 is the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's out of Orlando. Going up against Jason Rollins over here in the Budweiser lane. 11:62 is the dial in on the 95 Firebird. All right, so we got a clean start in both lines, 30 thou difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Jason Rollins getting the win light here, 11:73 on a 62 dial in. As Egerton goes out with a 12:80 on his 12:26. All right, once again, looking for junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters, y'all should be in the lanes. Super gas, needs you back to lanes 5 and 6. Super gas, lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. got the kids out there running around on the scooters. Mom and Dad, y'all doing an excellent job there this evening. All right, here we go. We got Waylon Bennett over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:23 is the 9 lane going against Carson Murphy over there in the Budweiser lane. He had a 9:09 dialed in. And it's going to be Waylon Bennett getting the win line here. Now he goes 12:27 on that 23 dial in. As Carson Murphy breaks out with a 9:05 on his 9:09. Tyler Biddle coming up next. 9:01 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Johnny Moxley over here in Budweiser lane. 8:90 will be his dial in. Nice start there by Johnny Moxley. He's going to give Tyler Biddle the automatic win. And Tyler's going to go through the 905 on his 901. All right, here we go. We got Wyatt Hicks coming up over here on the Budweiser lane. 919 is going to be his dial in. All right, so Wyatt goes 919 with a 2 on a 919 dial in. So good run there for Wyatt Hicks. All right, Dylan McNichol coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 796 is going to be the dial in. Going against Curtis Peak over here in Budweiser lane. 790 will be his dial in. And this is going to be your final round of the junior dragsters, the 13 and older group. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Got 28,000 starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Dylan McNichol picking up the win. 799 on a 96 dial in as Curtis Peak goes out with a 791 on his 790. McNichol's ahead on the Christmas tree with 028 to an 056.
I want to apologize for everyone. We're going to have to stop the feed. We're still having a lot of technical difficulties, and I know the video quality is
All right,
not good.
attention to the pits. The Nate Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Come on down.
We'll try it again tomorrow and see what happens, see if I can figure out what's going on with these cameras. So then I want to apologize, and hopefully I can get it fixed overnight.
Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7.